Hey, dickheads. Why is that up? Stupid thing. There we go. Bernard 07, Jack, Killer 07, Ina 07, how you all doing? We're logging the Atioth character. She expires on Saturday. Where's DJ? Here. We shall start by testing out Eve X. So give me a second. Well, it's Eve multi preview, but yeah. There's only 367 in Atio at the moment. This is the system that the big fight was in yesterday. This is what's on grid now. That's worrying. Lots of combats out. Lots of tackle. Wyvern and an avatar. 202 are docked here. That Wyvern needs to stop drifting. That Wyvern's literally going to drift himself off. He's slow boating. Has he stopped now? Nope. Still moving this way. Oh, he's locked off now. So Nitra's there. Oh, the Wyvern warped off. That's why it was moving. The Wyvern's gating, by the way. Casual gating Wyvern. This is Goon's system, by the way. I mean, Goons can break out of this so easily right now. There's literally nothing stopping them. This is only Goons system. There's like 5 or 6 Winterco. Does that mean the supers are out? The Wyvern has jumped. But like, that's a Wyvern and an Avatar safe already. Six Winterco. This was the most lackluster hell camp I've ever seen in my life. And I've seen a lot. It didn't even make a proper cage or anything. Sons of Bane are red. Okay. Let me update my thing. This is the spreadsheet I have, by the way. It's just literally making who's who to make life easier for me later on. PlayStation 5 Oh, there's a frat guy. Way too slow, buddy. I want to log off in a second. More Harpies landing. Or Scepters. They're expecting whatever to come through here. It's a shit ton of combat, so we're probably not going to be able to log out anytime soon. Although the mobile depots were probably put to stop people cloaking. Like the Titans and Supers and shit. And I'm assuming most of the mobile bubbles were destroyed, yeah. Okay. So it's 1800 plex. It's not enough, anywhere near enough. That's 3 characters, but yeah. 409 in system now. The avatar's still there. I wonder if he's just bridging people out. A rag just jumped through the gate, I think. No, he just logged in, okay. The rag logged in. You can tell based on where he landed. A goon monitor here. Interestingly. Maybe DC during the fight. I wonder what these are doing here. I guess just keep in range for where they need to shoot from. I wonder if they're just going to warp these down to the gate. Like the Wyvern. The other side did move. But the Tempests are kind of on it. And there are more undocking. Another 100 people have entered the system since we got here. This was never reinforced. I think if Frat had the power, they would have reinforced this yesterday. There's more battleships arriving. They're warping to the Titan, so they're going to be bridging out. I guess they're just bridging out the survivors, right? Titan's probably going to be like, if you missed the first bridge, you're not getting the second. They're bumping the Titan as well. Shameful. Hey, just go. They're warping off. Okay. The gate, I guess? Yeah, to a depot. Why? They may have lost their keep star, but they're still staging here. Oh, are they just warping off to make it so they can walk back to the Titan? Yeah, they are. They're just gathering everyone else up who's too lazy to warp onto the Titan themselves. God, that is so finicky. Oh shit. There we go, that'll do. Nope, that'll do. There. 3D mouse would make this so much easier. I don't get why the camera is so finicky all of a sudden. There we go. And you're coder, man. Well, that Tempest is docking. Hey, Techno. And Monkey has Titans now? You fucking wish. I don't want Titans. I'd sell it. Unless it was a Ragnarok. If it was a Ragnarok, I'd keep it. If it was an Avatar, I'd sell it. I'm never going to be in a massive tie-dye brawl where Titans are important. A Rag I'd used as a mobile DD and just lose it straight away, probably. Oh, warping off. That is a really shitty location to warp to. That's a lot of bouncing. But they're frigates, so it should be okay, I guess. They're going to have like sub 4 second line at least. And they're going back down. Yeah, they're sub like 3. Easily. I'd love to know what Dracaries are doing. Now they're going to the bubble. Oh, there's an enemy, Vexer, lol. Revenge! So they're just gonna kill shit that logs in, I guess. While saving their shit that's logging in. Like, the Zenitra. He's gonna land around here, so he warped. He just logged into the battle and warped here. Lol, that C6 is great, you for guys. There's another Wyvern. They didn't pod that dude. Oh, I think it was a different Vexer. I think it was a different one. Look, why would you warp your pod off? Like, are you trying to save your pod? Why? What's the point? I was gonna say, he definitely wasn't trying to save his pod because he could have warped indefinitely. They have no dictors there. Or had no dictors there. There's probably a couple there now. Or not. No, there's not. Titan's bridging now. That's how that looks. That means their op's pretty much done then. All the ones that are logging in have been saved. That for this lot, anyway, for this op. What's that? Oh, it's a lift. That means that supers and that are going to be jumping out soon. I think the Wyvern's gone already. Yeah, the Wyvern's gone already. Some of the battleships didn't get the jump bridge. Phobos. Yeah, I think they're going to be bridging out non-stop, by the way. Also, I'm going to get rid of distance. Hmm. So I guess the Scepter fleet's just there to try and kill any Sinos ships that come through, and to kill things that are logging in. And they'll be warping off like that, by the way, to just get the more people who are undocking to warp to them, basically. Warp to a place where you are 200 off, or 155 off from there, 155 off. And as long as they're on grid, they'll get the warp with you. More Scepters landing. These are from Sigma. Sabres, though. Is there anything going on, guys? Any timers for today or anything? Let me know. If you DM it to me, your information will be kept secret. No one will know you've done it. DM it to me on Discord. I will not mention who gave me the intel. I don't need to know ship types or what. I just need to know the time that you're forming up and the location you're going to. That's it. I can work the rest out from there. As long as I know the time and the system, I can get there. Most of the time. So I've got 3 accounts I can resub. Roger. Wait, I still got 1,000 plex. How? I'm confused. Okay, I can get 2 more online. Maybe I saw the plex wrong. I thought I saw 1,600. Yeah, I must have misread it. Oh well. That's good for me. Six is up there. Just killed a frigate of some type. Elite frigate. I mean, the SP I will redeem in a bit. There's no point redeeming it while I'm... Oh, shit. Alright, this is gonna get laggy. Oops. There's no point redeeming it while I'm still subbing characters. I just killed a frigate over there as well, or just lost one. Yeah, they're tackling a retribution, I think. Most of the characters logged in now are alphas, so it's not going to work. Some of them will. Heavy Pulse and Monkeh will, but the rest will be like this. Let me go to my keyboard. And it's gone back to work as well. What do we train our alphas into, by the way? New character alphas. Rollers, I guess, right? Rollers and seeds, I suppose. Now then. Oh, he's docking. Okay, I'll just do that. There we go. Now, it's Joseph's not online. Why not? There is one good thing about the accounts being unsubbed, is that I can have all of them on high graphics. Oh, there's a Fraternity Ferox. And he's tackled. Okay, try to just pokey. I need to get Cloaky Proti back online ASAP. Monket's not online either. On grid, yeah, these are all me. Yeah, all me. But no, the top ones, yes, these are the only ones I've got subbed at the moment. 3 of them are lapsed again very shortly, but 3 of them have just been resubbed. Or 5 of them have just been resubbed, sorry. Because I sold my Marshall. It sucks to sell, but I have to. 35, 40 bill. It's not much. And it is easily doable if I stop getting fucking IRL drama. That's literally the only reason we've struggled so far. None of my Logi is subbed at the moment, which is a problem. But then I can just go DNIs and see if other people want to fly Drakes for me. Or Logi for me. And then just split the ISK. There's an avatar logging in. As you can see, he was one of the survivors from the battle. His team are probably going to flock to him to keep him safe. Alevi's just logging in as well. So they've probably given the command to all their Titan pilots to log in. So if you see any pods logging in, they're probably pods from the Titans as well if they're logging around here. But 1 bill a day is enough to keep my alt subbed. Avatar is slowly aligning to the Keepstar Forza. And I can make 1 bill a day in 30 minutes. Literally. With just gas. With all my alts on anyway. With them all off, it's a lot harder. Have it there. Avatar safe. Avatar done goofed. You don't ever warp to the Fortizar. You don't ever do that. You have a bookmark and warp to the bookmark. Especially in a Super or a Titan that is on a Fortizar that cannot dock. More dreads undocking. They're probably going to be jumping out soon. Mature Vinegar. Nice name. Some people are playing the good old self-destruct game. The key is not to stop the self-destruct though, and then you win. Especially if you're in a Titan or Super. That's the only way to win that game, by the way. Another dread locked in. Fuck, I just lost the game. I know, right? And yes, I know about that one too. I lost it, you will have to lose it. Alright, this is the stats with all of our alts that are currently subbed in high graphics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 alts and I'm still suffering, lol. Also, we've got some stuff to do today. Got to do the giveaways today as well. Have to add the credits to the stream as well. Unsubbed alts. I have partner skins. I have a shit ton of partner skins still. No, we're not allowed to sell them. They have to be given away. A Vex is logged in. So they're going to get killed soon. He'll probably be around somewhere around this bit. If the Keep Star was here, he would have been orbiting it with his drones shooting the Keep Star. Another Rev Navy. Vex is off D. Maybe he actually survived and got off grid last time. Just DC'd then. Marbles have a creator program. Yeah, I've never really liked Marbles. Ragnarok logs in. Yeah, I know some people love them, yeah. Ragnarok landing on the Fortizar. Oh, he was the guy who was here earlier. They probably told them to log off because he was in the way, basically. So all of the all the combat probes are at 1 AU, 0.1 AU to insta like scan. Maelstrom. Maybe that one. There is a single Sino. I assume he's there just in case they'll have dreads or something to jump in. I doubt they'll have their supers ready to jump in again. Another avatar. Mostly it's just DC. I've only seen one goon so far. Also, if anyone's in Atioth wants to give me some filaments to get home, I'd appreciate that. Holy shit, that was quick. Do we even have a Jeter? I didn't even know we had one. Oh shit, we do. We have a really good one, actually. Oh, I still got injectors here. What the fuck? There you go. We've got 7 bill worth of shit to sell now, so we are looking a little better now. Five Titans in a hell, and the Knicks logging in as well. Overall, the losses don't look as bad now. Now that they're getting these in. Obviously, over 8 trillion in losses is huge for any alliance. And we know that during World War B2, goons actually used up every last ISK they had. They have 2 signers now. Five Titans, 2 Supers. Brave using local chat to organize shit as per usual. Just shit talking the guy that has combat scanners instead of sisters. And you could use RSS here or the Saturis, but they're not worth it. You have to keep refreshing them every couple of minutes, so it's better to just use sisters that can stay out for an hour and 40 minutes. Brave and Wormhole would be fun. Brave do have a Wormhole group. As far as I know, they do. Insidious has the iHub reinforced for 50 hours. You close enough for warping? I know, right? No, I think the individual groups are actually pretty good and Brave. Like, it's gone a long day since, been a long time since Brave were shit. And only new bros. They have a good wing now. They have a good, like, a good structure. From what I can tell, I'm no expert, and obviously I don't know much about them. Another Vexer logging in. A Vexer. Oh no, what's this? It's a frigate. It'll be a scepter or some type of Punisher. That would probably be. Oh, and a Vexer. So yeah, this dude logged in his Vexer and his Punisher at the same time. I probably would have done the same, to be fair. Doesn't matter about the fucking T1 ships, right? Fuck them. You don't give a shit if they die. Apparently he does. The Vexer's tackled. The Vexer's going to die. Oh, now that's better. It's a Ferox. Not gonna lie, I thought it was a Dread. But I'm blind. So the combats will be cycling right now, and these fleet is just gonna warp directly onto him. There you go. Carries his landing. Vagabond warp 2 is the closest thing to him. See, I'd be flying the T3C at this point. Lol. He got away. Who's this? Tests. So yeah, he's safe. They're all warping to him, but there's no point. He is not going to be aggressed. They're taking the knee. What, brave? I don't understand why people are like, oh, they bent the knee or whatever. They're pets. No, they're an alliance. They're coalition. You have to work together nowadays. If you don't work together, you end up completely utterly destroyed. Hey, Harold, how you doing, man? Attacking the Vexer, taking the knee? Ah, right, okay, yeah. I mean, to be fair, I think they're a little salty about the Vexers. Let me show you why the Vexers were so good. Welcome to my ultra secret tool of explanation. So, the Keep Star, right, is here. Also looks like a cat face. The area around it is going to be like this, but bigger, right? And that will be considered at 0 kilometers still, right? That's still 0 km. And the Vexers can orbit further out, right? Like, the Vexers can do... Let's go red. Like, this. 50, maybe. With afterburners on. They were not there to crash the server at all. Vexers are an incredibly smart comp. Now, a Vexer has drones, right? And they can put the drones anywhere. And the more Vexers you have, the more drones that are going to be attacking. And the thing is, if you want to kill the Vexers, unlike the supercarriers that were all on top of each other, these Vexers are literally everywhere, right? You're not getting these Vexers easily. It's going to be very slow, very painful. Your fighters have to burn considerable distance each time, saving you time. Let's have a look at the Vexers' losses, because I would do 100 MN for these ones, 100%. They're 50 MN instead. Okay. Personally, I'd have gone 100. The rigs are interesting, but they probably marketed it like the best way they possibly could. Drones, I don't know what drones they'd have been using. What about this dude? What drones do you have? Ogres. They're just ogres. Okay. $343 DPS. There is a 100 MN one as well. Oh yeah, here it is. I'd use this one, personally. $307 DPS, right? You have tank. You don't even need the targeting range. But the range is 105 kilometers. Your drone range is 120, right? So you can be 130 or 40 away from the Keep Star, realistically, because of the big bounding box of it, and still be able to do damage. Now, imagine a Keep Star, right? A Keep Star in the middle here, 100 kilometers is going to be like that, right? It's massive. And your drones are going to be on it no matter what. The only way to stop the drones is to kill the ship. The defenders would have been at 0 with their supercarriers and titans and stuff, right? The supercarriers doing the heavy lifting of killing the Vexers. Fighters have to travel. They are not instantaneous anymore. They do not warp to their targets like they used to back in 2015, etc. They have to travel very slow if the MWD is off, and they only get the MWD a little bit, right? Now, if we go to one of the supers that died, I think we have a hell here that died. We can see how fast. No, what was it? Nyx. That's a super secret Rift of Fit. Wyvern. No. Let's go to the Z-Kill. We'll find it. We'll use the Vendetta. We have that saved already. Go to fighters. He would have had Tech 2 subcat ones. Oh, fuck, what are they called? Not Templars. Tirefangs? No. I can't remember what they're called. It's been so long. Fighters, carrier-based, heavy, Amitats, that's it. Yep. Would have been Amitats. And Templars. 3,855 DPS. 30k volley, right? Now, the problem is that the Amitats do not have an MWD. They have an MJD. Now, I don't know if any of you have ever tried controlling an MJD fighter before. They're pretty difficult. That means that your fighters are going to be traveling slow as fuck. Even with the drone navigation computers, which is why they have drone navigation computers so much. They're still only traveling at, I can't even see, 3,900. And that's just the Templars. The ones that are doing all the damage, 2,000 meters a second. You cannot MWD them. The Templars, you can. And then they're going 20,000 meters a second. Temporarily. Right? Now, if you have so many Vexers all around the area, there's a flycatcher there belonging to Winterco, your fighters have to slow boat each time to the target. It's going to take a long time. The Vexers were not there to crash the server. I fully believe they weren't. I fully believe they were the cheapest possible way to guarantee the destruction of the Keepstar. And it's a genius tactic. They're 100% a genius tactic. What doesn't help the server is the fighters as well. Yeah, I could set all 23 of my alts onto a Keepstar and be on just AFK, right? I can go to work. I can come home. Oh, look, 8 of the 23 are dead, but they've still done the damage. Oh, here we go. Here we go. There's a fight happening. $167 Maelstroms, 84 Raven Navies, 30 Bazzies. These guys are here for a fight. I don't think Goons are going to give it to them, though, the Imperium. For the Imperium, it's only one group doing it. That Saber has done God's work. But they warped in a spheric custom formation. They do that because they're not bombable. Battleships are notoriously bombable. And warping like this means only a portion of your fleet will die to a bomb each time. In a perfect bomb, like, the middle will die. The outside will not. Another monitor just logged in. I'd laugh so hard if they just formed this to save a monitor. Exactly, Rasa, exactly. But no, I firmly believe that the Vexes are a great comp to use. Okay, here they come here with Raven Navies. Is that really Raven Navies? Yeah. They had a fucking Tempest fleet though. What the hell? I'm confused. I guess the Tempest fleet was from the leftovers of the fight yesterday and the day before. The Dicta's over here doing good work, by the way. You can tell it's not Goons doing it, because the bubbles are actually in mostly good locations. They're going to be killing this Maelstrom. This is why you do not lag behind. Right? Because you'll be targeted. And the Logi are all the way up here. Probably just about in range. Now the tackle's burning on. I mean, they're Maelstroms you do not want to approach. Approaching is artillery, and that's a good way to die. Tempest breached out. Yeah, I guess the Tempest were from yesterday's. So this Maelstrom probably won't die, honestly. As long as the Logi are doing their job, the Maelstrom won't die. Missiles are very good at hitting hard, but they're delayed tactics, so delayed damage is a lot easier to repair, especially for a shield comp. But these are probably going to be armor, right? What are they? No, they're shields as well, yeah. So shield comp should be fine. There is tie-dye now. There's over 1,000 people in system, by the way. So ATO round 2 is here. This probably means that Fraternity and Winterco are probably going to try and log in some of their dreads and supers that are probably stuck as well. Because in an op like the other day where they all crashed, not everyone's going to have time to log back in. So they would have stayed logged out as well. That Hyena's doing a bit of a bad job at screening. But these, by the way, the Ravens are probably going to be 200 kilometer range, or 150 at least. They don't need to get close. Whereas these need to get close, and they're going to burn out of range. The Logi is far ahead, by the way, in order to be out of missile range as long as possible. And I think they're too far out of range, actually, because one of the Maelstroms died. Reinforcements are coming in for both sides. And Onyx is here for Condé. Onyx is Consignor, by the way. Changing the title again. Neutral commentary. So what the Maelstroms need to do is push into this, but they're probably not going to. I don't think they want this fight. Oh, yeah, here comes another fleet. Deimoses and Zealots, a hack fleet there. That's definitely not something you want on top of your artillery ships. Tracking's going to be horrendous. Obviously, with over 170 odd Maelstroms, you're going to get some tracking hits. But the majority of it is going to miss or do really bad damage. Maelstrom's logging in. He probably DC'd in the fight. Tie-dye is almost full again. 1,400 in local. I'm glad we stayed here. More stuff warping in. Probably leftovers from this fleet that weren't aligned. There's always a bunch of them that aren't aligned. 1,500 local. Now, what's going to happen is these guys are going to shoot a target, and these guys are going to shoot a target. And that's going to result in split damage for Logi to deal with, which is very difficult to deal with for Logi. In tie-dye, it might be a little easier because you've got more time to react, but it's still quite a lot of effort. And they are on the scimitar. So maybe they're struggling to break. I fully expect the Zealots to probably struggle breaking the Maelstrom Logi. I don't know too much about Maelstroms, but I believe they're probably going to be quite tanky. I just remember using a Maelstrom for solo PvP for killing cruisers and stuff. I don't really remember using it for battleship stuff. I'm going to try and hold off going to low graphics as long as possible. That stiletto is having a bad day. If he burns away, that stiletto will be faster than the acolytes, just an FYI. The warriors he won't be faster than. But in this situation, as a stiletto or a malediction or whatever, you just want to burn away, overheat your prop, and then warp off. Once you've dragged the drones a significant distance away, as long as you're not dead yet, you can warp off. But if you're going to die, just warp off straight away. Oh, that's a bad spot for him to warp into. Tempest, that'll be from the other night. Oh, Typhoon, sorry. He's going to die. That's probably an armor pit. Oh, bomb and run. Where are these bombs? Oh, right here. That's a good run. That's directly into the Ravens. There's a void bomb too. Oh, this is going to kill some stuff. That's a lovely void bomb run. Void bombs will suck out the cap for majority of the ships, by the way, that it hits. I tested this on a cap battery fit Praxis, and it neutered the fuck out of my my Praxis. Why are they going off? I guess defender missiles are out. Defender missiles will blow up the bombs prematurely without dealing damage. That electron bomb is so far off the mark, I think he's probably a Titan pilot with that DD skill. These aren't going to kill anyone now. There's just not enough. A full-on void run with a bunch of electrons would have done it. But I don't think anyone's going to die here unless their hardeners are off. I don't think that's going to be enough, though. Maybe low shield skills will die. But aside from that, I don't think anyone's going to die. It's just going to be annoying for Logi to repair. Oh yeah, that's going to happen with AoEs. Yep, no one's dead here. Tie-dye has not increased significantly, so no one died. Ragnarok logged in. Let's hope he's not logging into this. Another battleship fleet of Maelstroms has arrived. This is a complete and utter buttfuck for Winterco right now. I think goons have been expecting this. I say goons, but I do mean Imperium. Right, more bomb effects down there, but there's no bombs, so I don't know what's going on there. The server is struggling, obviously. This is 3 entire fleets on top of Winterco. This is definitely not where Winterco expected to be. They probably warped in here thinking that they're the big man, they got the balls and stuff, and that they're going to beat everything. But in reality, it was probably just a trap. I suspect this fleet was already formed with how quickly they undocked. This fleet probably were also. Probably not, actually. This fleet definitely was not, and was probably from a different area. Probably had to wait for people to jump clone. No, not drones. Dreads. Okay, the dreads are all up there, but they are logging in dreads and capitals, so they might warp dreads down. I don't think they need to, personally. For fuck's sake. In tie-dye, the camera gets very fucking finicky, I'm sorry. There's the wall. There we go, back to roughly how it was before. This Raven Navy warped to the wrong fleet. Lol. That's an easy kill right there. Chances are the FC is not going to notice it though. So yeah, he's focusing on the Zealots. They're probably the easier target right now as they're burning away. Guys, give love to the people who are being shouted out, by the way. And thank you, Ian, for doing that. I do appreciate it. 2,000 almost in local right now. Juice DP, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. We're going to get another D-scan. Put it in YouTube chat as well. Is he in this fleet somewhere? I know Joe Lost is in this fleet as well. He's joined the Goons. 544 battleships. 296 Maelstroms. That's 2 fleets, by the way, Maelstroms. One's Goons, one's Winterco. I should probably start using the coalition names properly. 54 hacks. It's not that many of them. Makes me think that that was a quick form to just hold the targets down for the backup to arrive. But even more Maelstroms are arriving. Holy shit. This dude's still alive. But remember, we are at tie-dye. 17% tie-dye right now. I'm wondering when the bombers are going to try again. They need to launch even more bombs this time. But a bomb run done properly on the Ravens is devastating. Shield battleships, by the way, are susceptible to bombs because you can turn off their tank. Even more still landing. Holy shit. I'm kind of confused what the Winterco Logi are doing. They're kind of burning towards the Zealots. Oh, wait, there's 2 Zealot fleets. There's one there and one there. Oh, wait, no, they're Bazzy. Okay, I see. The Logi are burning towards the Logi. Nope, the Logi is now regrouping. And it looks like the Winterco want to brawl with the Maelstroms. Personally, I'd probably want to go for Ravens. Ravens have an easy weakness of EM. But then that's just my familiarity with the ships, right? An FC of these calibers are going to know the weaknesses of each comp. The stiletto down there is probably going to be a warping for the bombers again, by the way. So yeah, apparently Winterco has ships stuck here too. Now the question is, are they going to bring Dreads to try and even it out? Because without Dreads, Winterco are completely wiped out here. Every one of them is going to die. Unless they have MJDs fit, then the majority of them might survive. I love how they're salty about the Vexers. The Vexers are probably one of the better comps that have come out of this war so far. Fuck's sake. Need to stop touching my mouse. That's probably a bad location because it's too bright. There we go. Of course she's going for the mouse. Unfortunately, it's not Mojo doing it. I'm touching the mouse too much. Alright, there we go.
Fuck yes, well done, guys.
Joe, thank you for the raid. How was your stream, my friend? It looks like round 2 Boogaloo's going on. There's 2072 in local. Guys, give some love to Joe Lost. He's an amazing friend, amazing streamer. And I've met him as well. He's also a member of the Common Nonsense stream team like I am. How's the war going for you, Joe? I hope it's going well. Hey, Poker. Hey, Freya. What? Boogaloo. Hey, Booga. How you doing, man? I have to get back into it today. Are you still, this is just a slaughter right now. Winterco are going to lose this to every ship if they do not, MJD out. This will be a goon victory for sure. Unless Winterco drop the hammer and dreads. But considering they're trying to save the dreads and supers that were stuck from the last fight, they're probably not going to do that. Goons definitely do not need to. Yeah, they don't need to. You have 4 fleets here. And already, with the Zealots and the Raven fleets down here, you were already beating them. But right now, Winterco... Fuck's sake. Winterco have basically merged with the Maelstroms of Goons Imperium. Faxes are warping in now. I'm not surprised. Faxes are like the best logi in the game. Definitely worth using. Every battleship fleet should have faxes. I wish we could on tutors, I won't lie. We also explained why the Vexers were such a brutal comp to use on the Keepstar, by the way. Shuttles are arriving to more reinforcements for the Imperium. You should set your death clone to your staging, boys. Oh, another bomb run. There we go. Electrons. No Void, though. Without Void, it's not going to do enough. But then, they're bombing the Maelstroms now, so you don't really need Void for them. The Keep is dead. The Keep is dead. This is to try and break out of the gate camp, basically. From what I understand, both sides have got units trapped in here. Not yet. Logging in still an issue. Yeah, I've been in since after downtime, just after downtime. Hence why I'm still on high graphics. There was nothing going on, just like 500 people, just getting people out and yeah. Okay, a Zenitra's logging in. Or warping down. A Goon one too, so it's probably logging in. That's down here. What are these? Ravens. Okay, so Ravens from Brave are also going to be long range. I love the long range comps in this, by the way. I would prefer to be flying a missile boat at this. Just because you don't need to worry too much about maneuvering. But you do need to worry about bombers. I think there's an explosion in the middle here. Maybe the bombs did something, but I don't know. The Zealot is down there. Not the Zealot, sorry, the Zenitra. Down here. I suspect the Zenitra was one of the ones that just logged in. from the fight before wasn't able to extract yet. So they may just take advantage and just siege up and start blapping battleships. Zenitras are very good tracking. Please tell me they're command destroyers. Couldn't click them in time. Oh. Flycatchers. Saber. They probably put all of their ults into sabers and flycatchers and stuff. There is now 2,300 in local. These are bubbling directly ahead of the fleet. I think personally they're too far away. You should probably bubble a bit closer. These pods down here. No, they're Valkyries. Okay, I thought they were pods. No, there was a pod because there's a wrecked corpse there now. Yeah, just bad timing on my part to click it or hover over it. I'm not clicking anything at the moment. But as you can see, there's pods here as well. So whether they were command flycatchers or battleships, I don't know. No, I'm just saying that these bubbles are too far away. These aren't going to get that far in 2 minutes. More ships warping in for the Imperium side. Another bombing run, by the way. Where's this run? Oh, okay, something's going on over here. Another Winter Coast fleet arrived. Okay. There we go. Hey, Ganja. Welcome back. It's called backseating. 100% I'm backseating now, second this. So this is a Condi run, by the way. So an Imperium attack with Maelstroms again. And these Winterco flycatchers are doing... Oh, sorry. The Imperium flycatchers are doing a good job here of making sure that these can't relieve the other fleet. Because over here, you have an entire fleet being decimated. Everyone's focused on these except the flycatchers and tackle are over here. You don't want the fleets to join up. They're going to, but you want to delay it as long as possible. There's 2,500 people now. His name is spelled wrong. Yeah, he's referring to me there, Disco. So the threat bombing run is where? Okay, on the same place as before. That looks awfully like it's going to be doing more harm than good, to be honest. They need to bomb from this side down here. If they bomb from down here, they'll hurt more of the enemy. But bombing straight into here, you're hurting your friends more than your enemy. Like, look, they just bombed straight into the middle of their own fleet. And ships are exploding from it. Winterco ships. You call that an ear-nut bomb, I know, right? Okay, chat, I'm not seeing. What are you not seeing? Oh, is it gone? Was it removed? Oh, no, it's Gandra, yeah, here. Gandra said it. Thought I was fucking seeing shit again. So some of the bombers have died. Another dread logged in. You can tell they're logging in, by the way, just from the direction. Okay, that didn't save. Let's do that again, please. This is just a stomping fleet thing. There are people who enjoy tie-dye. I personally don't like it, but, like, I can understand the draw. Tie-dye fights make you feel like you're part of something, like you're doing something. Like something important. Another dread logging in here. Rev. Hey, Jorah, how you doing, man? Well, normally tie-dye only happens if it's like a lot of people, right? So big battles will always convey importance, whether it's morale or if it's strategic. Hey, BMXer. Also enjoying the tie-dye. It's nice to be here from the start. We've been here for an hour before it all started. This dread's now going to warp off. It probably has warped off, or actually, no, it's just warping in. This revelation should be warping off soon as well. There have been 3 bombing runs so far, 2 from Winterco, 1 from the Imperium. Another bombing run's going off. A focused void is a bad idea, buddy. Focused void is shit against subcaps. Focused void have like a 50 meters explosion radius. So you'll only target things within 50 meters. You have to be very precise on battleships. To the point now, I tested about 30 focused void bombs on my ults on a praxis that wasn't moving, and I couldn't do it very reliably. And also, it won't touch subcaps from what I remember, so yeah. You want normal void bombs where they absolutely destroy the capacitors of subcaps. About 5 months ago, I got told off because I got the Alliance to be pinged for a Poké under attack. It was because I was void bombing my ult to see how bad they were. They were good, actually. Avatar. I think the first super that logs into this is going to trigger the escalation of dreads, by the way. I don't think it will happen until then. They're almost out the bubble, but more dictors are arriving. At this point, they're probably better off just burning. Lol. But look at the anchoring up here. My anchoring is so much better. Just saying. The avatars warping to the forts are boring. Also, we need about 5,000 more plex. $2,600 people in local. Well, your alliance is huffing. Yeah, I'm not going to huff there when there's a specific C6 there. I have 7 bill worth of stuff to sell now. Okay, so these are now making a break for it. They have too many dictors up here, not enough down here. However, the dictors up here aren't doing a good enough job. If you want my opinion, you want to have heretics with combat probes. The time you wake up, your bullet they have left the bullet rolling again. I know, right, BMXer. It's not that bad yet, but yeah, I get the sentiment. $2,700 in the local now. Electron bombs going out again. Another Sino's up, by the way. We knew there was one over there. Wait, is that a new fleet? Yeah, that's a new fleet. Munions. I think Winterco's too slow, though. I think it's too late. Right, I should be back in a sec. I'm back. I had to get my pen and paper. I'm going to make notes of the characters that sub so I can make a new launch group for after. That's annoying. Not as annoying as that. There we go. That's better. Huffing means gas mining, basically. My alliance is a Wormhole Alliance. We're not actively in this war. We don't care about the war. I am a true neutral streamer reporting on this. 2,800 in local now. You're coming, Amelie. Amelie. I can't say your name, I suck. I never learned how to English. There are fighters out. Or at least there were. Let's get another D scan, see what's going on. But like, D scanning in a big battle is a really bad idea. This is insurance fraud. 1,800 ships on D. 848 battleships. 168 hacks. That Munion fleet is significantly bigger than the Zealot fleet. The Munions are part of Winterco. 81 dreadnoughts, but none of them are in the fight yet. 40 Zenitras. They're mostly used for killing dreads and supers, by the way. 79 interdictors. I suspect the majority of them do belong to the Imperium. 63 command ships. They are just links for every single fleet going. Hicks as well. Both sides are going to have Hicks. You want Hicks, basically, to keep yourself safe from bombers. 18 monitors. That's a lot of monitors. 14 facts, but I think there's only 1 or 2 in play right now. Hey, Gabrielle, how you doing? Okay, so Winterco finally decided to bubble where the reinforcement dictators are going to come from. Way too slow. Oh, it's a monster. I thought it was a recon because it just appeared there for me. So this blue fleet here was the original fleet that started all this. And then the Raven navies, which were down here. I think they're here now. Or these are Ravens. Yeah, then these warped in to fight them. And then a Zealot fleet warped in. Then a Maelstrom fleet warped in. And then another Raven fleet warped in. All of that was happening before any of the other fleets of Winterco came in. Then this fleet turned up and has been waterboarded, which is bubbled on the gate where you can't escape. Like, the only ships that are out of the bubble are the Logi, which is hilarious. And then you've got the Munion fleet up here, which has just arrived, basically. They're also bubbled, though. Children are going to be children, so we're just going to block him. I do like using local chat to see what's going on. Sometimes, anyway, when it's English. But now it's just devolved into spam, so unfortunate. This is Winterco's attempt to break out of the trap. Dreads are warping in now. Zenitras are warping in. I don't think they're logging in. Just from the direction they're warping and the fact they're all landing together from the same direction. If you log out due to DC, you warp off in different directions, and then you all just convalesce into the same place. So I think those Zenitras were brought in on purpose. The Imperium Scorpions over here are having issues now that these are in range. And the Munions have now broke out of their bubble, mostly, and have come down to assist. But yeah, you can see these nightmares and stuff from Sigma. They're very badly positioned. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. In fact, I think it's only a couple of nightmares. Yeah, it's like 2 nightmares. And another Naglfar down here. So the Munions are probably just going to start dismantling the people that are split up. Basically killing stragglers who don't know how to anchor. Bearing in mind, during max tie-dye, sometimes the anchor commands just do not work. It's threat at the moment. Winterco are trying to escape. The Imperium had the whole system uncontested. There was like 7 people in local for over an hour when I was streaming it. And it was just killing people who were logging in and getting their own supers and titans out. I saw like 5 titans and supers get out belonging to the Imperium. And then this massive fleet arrived in the middle of it, which sparked off this big fight. I do believe the Winterco fleet, the original fleet, is going to be decimated. I don't think they're going to survive it. Short of killing any of the dreads that have landed, I do not think Winterco are going to win this battle report, for ISK at least. They're also not going to do their objective. The objective was quite clearly to escape from the camp, because apparently both sides have ships stuck. I don't know the numbers, I don't know how accurate it is, but it would make sense if the server died, a lot of ships would have been stuck, unable to log in. And they probably gave the order not to log in when they realised that most of goons couldn't control their own titans. I think there's another bombing run down here. Nope, jackdaws okay. Jackdaws are not a bad idea in this. Sigma and jackdaws. The jackdaws are probably all going to have defender missiles as well. You need defender missiles to defend your battleship fleets. But that only helps if you're with your battleships. Defender missiles, by the way, 1 defender is a guaranteed destruction of a bomb without causing it to explode AoE-wise. So, 1 defender can kill 1 bomb. You can only launch about 8 or 9 bombs at a time in a squad before they start killing each other. So, as you can imagine, defenders are quite important. The rest of the Munion fleet seems to be warping down, but they're split up now, so the Munions aren't going to be that much of a threat. Yeah, it looks like the Raven navies down here are now going to be targeting the Munions that are very separate. And I'll be honest, it looked like for a while that Winterco were trying to escape, but they've now decided that they're going to do the smart thing, and they're going this way now, because they can now meet up with the other battleship fleet that is brand new and refreshed, ready to go, which will provide them a bit more support, especially if they work together, if they're not breaking targets, which I think both sides have enough arty volley to actually break each other without killing the Logi. If you're breaking the Logi easily and quickly, you do not need to kill the Logi. The Logi's doing nothing, right? So if you're quickly killing battleships, don't kill Logi. If you're not killing them quickly, kill 4 or 5 Logi, then try again. 4 or 5 Logi, try again. Basically like that. It's the same on like the scale of which IFC at, except for instead of 4 or 5, you do 1 or 2. The idea is not to kill all the enemy Logi, because if you do that, they warp off. At least in my scale. In this scale, they can't actually do that, because there's like 78 dictors or so preventing the warp off. Also, what's the app that people use to draw on their screen?
The draw on page extension.
Try this. Oh, wait, that only works on paint, right? Okay. OBS draw plugin, okay. It doesn't I can do it now though. I don't think it's gonna work yet. We might have to wait till next time. Minimizing local now. There's no point in having it up. Another focus voice bomb. He's not even getting on the kill mails like he's probably hoping. Like, if we go to here... ...400 meters sig radius. 1 meter. Unsuitable for use against subcapitals. It just does not work. Yeah, Frat are trying to get out by warping in. Do we know what Frat has trapped here? Roughly. Because there's a couple of dreads here belonging to the Imperium now that they've warped in. Still only 2 signers. They had almost 200 titans on grid originally. They didn't get any of them out. Really? I thought they'd have got the majority of them out straight after downtime. Yeah, I saw a bunch get out on downtime too because I was streaming on downtime. I don't think I saw 200 though. Definitely not. Yeah, more than a bunch got out. The majority of them got out. There's probably a couple that aren't. Handful, small handful. Enough for them to warrant getting the fleets in. It might be a leader's titan that's stuck. Usually that would be the case and they'd form up trying to save it. Because a leader's titan is going to be the main bridge. It's super important. There's a lot of things to look at right now. The carrier's warped in. You can tell they've warped in, by the way, because they're landing at the edge of bubbles. If it's an E-warp logging in, you'll land in the middle of bubbles. Literally exactly where you warped DC'd from. Morris Navy as well. Morris Navy's not going to do too much in this unless it's rails. That's quite some distance away from here to here. They're shooting a Raven Navy from the Imperium. More fleets arriving. Another Sino's gone up. This is an armor fleet down here of Tempest fleets. Where's the other Sino? That's the original. That one must be the new one. No, that's not the original. This is the new one here. It's a covert, that's why. Right, they have their carriers burning their stuff over. Right. That's a lot of dreads and shit, though. But those fighters are going to take like an hour to get there. I'm not even kidding. There's a Sino up here as well. A Winterco Sino. This is the new one. Has to be. Local is at 3,000. We're just waiting to see what jumps in. There's no way anything's jumped in yet because they're too far away. Remember, it's pretty much maximum tie-dye at this point. It's 10% tie-dye. It's maximum tie-dye. It's probably actually more than that. Trying to get lower. The thing is, though, what are Winterco going to be able to bring in? Maybe he lit it by accident, but I don't think so. Most Sino ships are people who are trusted these days. I learned that one the hard way. Greggy Bignut, great name. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the show. 5,363 followers right now. We have more followers than some small alliances. I'm so happy. There are a bunch of dreads down here that are just popping off into the battleships of Winterco in the middle. By the way, the covert's still up, which means 30 seconds has not passed yet. Covert silos are only up for 30 seconds. They will stay open if you keep the module running. We're just going to change that. I don't really care about the spam. Mostly want the people in space. It's 30 seconds for a covert. I have never seen a covert Sino last more than 30 seconds, unless you keep the module running. Okay, it's 60. Why is it? Wait, do T3Cs get a reduction in it, though, then? Covert. No, I'm just misremembering. Why did I think it was 30 seconds? Fuck knows. Yeah, I'm wrong. You're right. Fair play. Oh, the Force Recon's 30. Okay. So why the fuck? Oh, right, okay. I've never lit a covert Sino with a Force Recon, though. To be fair, every time I've lit a covert Sino, I've always tapped out. I have it set to do not repeat. Anyone misses the first Sino, they suck. Imperium Fax logging in. This Onyx over here is determined not to die. Or broadsword, sorry. Oh, he's just keeping the monitor. Okay. Another Zenitra logging in. You can tell they're logging in just from the way they're warping in. The Citadel, I think, is down to the bottom left. Nothing's come through that Sino. I think something would have come through by now, personally. 3051 in local. Another bombing run bomb fraternity. And they're right here. Again, they're bombing their fleet. I don't get why they're doing that. Guys, if you're bombers, don't bomb your fleet. There are so many ways you can bomb without killing your fleet. This is a new fight. This is round 2. A breakout attempt by fraternity. Going very badly, I'll point out. It looks like it's going well, but I do believe that goons, the Imperium, outnumber them significantly. Wait, is that a new fleet, maybe? Maybe that's where the Sino was from. Maybe it's these Maelstroms. I don't think so, though. It must be. Yeah, I think it was. But that's such a small fleet, there's no Logi there, so I don't think so. You're not bringing Maelstroms in without Logi, so I think that's part of this fleet. They're just not anchored properly. There's an exec Navy there as well. Maybe he panic lit it, I don't know. $2,055 in local. What I'll do actually is move this up. You can see local now. Release the numbers. What's being said's pretty much just spam shares. It doesn't really matter. That's a slideshow. Yeah, but it also enables you to go and, like, deal with IRL. Perfect for parents, honestly. It's why the Vexor comp was so effective. Set the Vexor comp to orbit 110 on the Keep Star with the props on. You're never getting caught, really. Fighters have to travel so far to get to you. That's why the Vexors were so effective. And I do believe we're going to see more drone comps like that now for dealing with anchoring structures. The Union fleet is finally unbubbled, but then they warp down on purpose, so I don't think they're trying to escape. They are faring better than the other battleship comps, though. Oh, I believe it. I wouldn't do it, personally. But I've done my time. I've served my time in Null. I was in Provi Block for several years, 3 or 4 years. The Vexor with 10 drones is in-game, Wiz. There's only like 3 or 4 in existence still on accounts that are unbanned. From what I remember hearing about like 10 years ago. The Guardian Vexor is a thing. But it's a meme. It can't launch all its drones. Which is hilarious. It's literally a Vexor Navy with the ability to put out 10 drones, but you can't launch 10 drones except 10 lights. So it's really good at killing tackle. That's pretty much it. It can kill small ships. That's it. The Munions have warped off, sorry. Maybe they lit the Sino and thought they'd bring some stuff in, realized it was lost, and just didn't. 3,077 people in local. Bearing in mind, the fighters have not yet landed. There's a shit ton of DPS still due to come in. Now imagine trying to kill the Vexors that far away. Your fighters have so far to travel, it's just going to take forever. That's why the Keepstar died. There was no way in hell it was going to survive. And the reason why drones are the best way to do it is because you can put them on alts and just go AFK. You don't need to pay attention to them ever again. Like, set them up, go to work, come back. Oh, 5 of the 20 died. Oh well, what a shame. It done its job. Bazzy's been tackled over there, so Bazzy's probably going to die. $3,008 in local. The fighters are all up the top, by the way. They're still coming, slowly but surely. More minions are warping off, belonging to Winterco. 3,100 in local now. I'm on my way, you'll see me soon. Nice. I think they're just extracting now. This is a lost cause for sure. There's only one Sino up, and that'll be this one over here. Oh no, his Sino went down. So this is a new Sino. Yeah, that's a new Sino. The fighters are almost making it. So when I was in a fight, a carrier fleet where we did this, we warped to a bookmark 500 kilometers away so we didn't get dragged to bubbles, launched our fighters, then walked back to our Fortizar. That's how we did that without actually having to slow boat 1,000 or 2,000, depending on how far the citadel is. I think it'll be 2,000 away. $3,083 in local. I think the local's going down. I don't think they're going to come through the Sino. I'm trying to get to the fight without fucking up the camera. Okay, it's more responsive now. There you go. The first of the fighters will be making it soon. They're like 100 kilometers away. Tie-dye's maxed. Tie-dye's 10%. 13% now. 3,086 in the local. I'm very glad I logged this character off in the system. I think I'll be doing that again as well. This character's probably going to live in Atioth until she unsubs. This was this character's job, by the way. The fact that she can gas off was just in case there was no war going on. But now there's a war going on, she'll just stay in nullsec trying to find the fights. $3,089 on local. It's fluctuating for sure. I think the Munions have left. $3,097. 98. $99. Are they going to get 3,100 again? More dreads warping down. 97. More of the ships from Winterco warping off. I think this is dying down now, boys. Winterco are probably going to be desperate to get their ships off grid before the fighters arrive. The fighters will just start destroying shit so fast. Because that'll be 4 different fleets, including dreads, shooting different targets each. The Logi are going to have a really bad time. On top of the fact that Winterco bombers have been bombing Winterco themselves. The bombing idea run from the Winterco was a great idea. Executed poorly. There was a couple of locations he could have been bombing that would have hit more enemy than his own team. There's a dread there as well. Nagelfar still on grid. They're probably Hor guns, by the way, just used to shoot subcaps. However, this Nagelfar could probably get away with capital guns shooting. Anti-capital dreads, when they successfully hit a subcap, is devastating, by the way. We tested it on my stream a while back to see if it would work for an event I wanted to try, but it just didn't work out in the end. I couldn't, get enough pilots to fly the support that was required, and the support was expensive. Like 3 bill each. 2 bill, 3 bill each. We basically needed Vindicators with Abyssal Rod Webs. I'm not rich enough to provide that for everyone, so yeah, no, we didn't do it. 3053. I think the Munions have left the system, and I think a lot of the battleships have as well from Winterco. Or logged off, maybe. They do have a Fortizar in the system as well. Two 2035, 2033. Yeah. People are jumping out now. We're going to hit under 2,000 in a sec. Or under 3,000, sorry. There we go, 2,996. Yeah, the fighters are going to get there way too late. That's the downside of using them on the Fortizar, right? They're safe-ish, but, you can't get them there in time, and the tie-dye makes it even worse. A 1,031 goons. 571 Dracaries. Dracaries were here before this all started, by the way, getting ships out. 547 Frat. So Frat alone were outnumbered by Dracaries. 153 IGC, 96 Brave, 68 Sigma, 50 Sob, 32 people without an alliance, probably capital pilots and people like me just watching, 29 NC, 27 TNT. So it looks like this was an attempted breakout without Fraternity contacting the other people, which is a bit silly. So that's that. I'll get an updated D-scan as well. Tie-dye's still 12%. $2,000 ships almost. 847 battleships. The majority of that is going to be goons now. There was like 500 or so maelstroms at the start, I think. The fighters are being recalled, lol. That is so funny. The fighters are being recalled. And as you can see, when you recall them, they warp. The Sino's still up over here. If anything came through, I didn't see it. So it's a lot faster to recall your fighters than it is to send them. So those fighters never actually got to do anything. Another shrapnel bomb. This time the goon pilot has the right bomb. Hopefully he's in, I think it's explosive, right? No, shrapnel's kinetic. So hopefully he's in a manticore. The majority of Winterco are dead now. I'm fairly sure that battleship fleet just like, I think like 85-90% of them died. 2,800 in local now. They're just killing straggling battleships now. More bombs, electrons. Again, why are they always aiming at ships of their own? There's a battleship there, and a battleship there. They're hoping to get the Logi, I'm sure. Or the Zealots. They're going to travel to about here and explode. So I think you're just going to do more harm than good again. They're going to kill the flycatchers they have. That are goons. Maybe they're hoping to kill the tackle. Oh. Okay, if this could be better for them. They might have just bombed the warp in. It's still not going to be entirely accurate, but it'll be close. Some of them are going to be hurt. Maybe they're hoping to bomb the bubbles, but if you're going to bomb bubbles, you just use one bomber at a time. And you spread them out and aim at bubbles themselves, not at ships. Slideshow, yeah. I generally don't know what the fraternity bombers are trying to do, honestly. Maybe they'll get lucky and hit some mid-warp, but I don't think they've timed it enough for that. He's going that way, and these are coming up here. So I think they're trying to do the tackle here, but I think they're too far away. Yep, there we go. Kills a couple of tackle, but the battleships are going to take the brunt of it. They probably took a beating as well, though. We'll see if these two explode. I think that Omen Navy is going to die. I think that Omen's dead. I'm not sure which Omen it is, so... Probably this one up here, right? Or this one here. The Eos has survived. Guardians, Yeah, it looks like the Omen survived. It was probably low. More bombs here. Okay, where the fuck did that come from? Well, he must have misfired. By the way, bombs do not kill Rex. No, sorry, bombs do kill Rex. I take that back. Smart bombs don't. I think at most those bombers killed a couple of tackle. This wreck here is gonna die. Unless the bomb keeps flying. A void bomb's been launched and exploded. Is that bomb bugged? It's up here now. I think that bomb's bugged. It was launched from here. It should have exploded by now. It should have exploded around here. This is the bomb that fucking could. Holy shit. Well, I don't think that bomb's going to explode anytime soon, boys. I think that bomb is indestructible. It's probably going to fly to the next system and kill some unsuspecting person. Yeah, it would have exploded by now for sure. 100%. I did wonder where it come from, because it come from in here. And that is more than enough to explode it. 1852. 1852. Two Titans have locked in. The electron bomb is still flying. Yeah, I do believe this round goes to the Imperium. It will definitely not offset the losses from yesterday. It's quite hard to offset 8 trillion in losses and Titans and stuff, but I mean, it will make their members feel much better. With such a huge defeat that the Imperium suffered yesterday, they're probably going to be clutching at this and using it to rally their members. Though, from what I saw, the members weren't actually that, upset about yesterday. They were just frustrated that they couldn't control their ships, which is fair. I'd be pissed off too, to be fair. None of those ships will be reimbursed, by the way. No, we're warping off now. I do believe that is a victory for the Imperium. Congratulations to the Imperium. That bomb is still fucking going, by the way. Frustration was keyword there, yeah. Yeah, 100%. Another electron bomb's been launched. People are so throwing. I guess they think this is a huge victory. In the long run of things, it's really not. It's very insignificant. The main fights that matter are going to be the battleship, the dread bombs, the supers, the titans. A fight like this doesn't really do much in the long run. It would be great for the members now, but in the long run, it's not really going to affect anything. Sorry, but I have to have a look at this bomb. Still fucking flying. Yeah, morale boost. Yeah, that is true. Just flying away. 2 more facts have landed, but I think they're more logging in than anything. This is where we will see Rockwalls, I expect, to suck up all of the loot. I need to start bringing secure containers, by the way, because you can deploy them in space and they'll stay in space for 30 days. Great place to keep the loot that you loot. I must admit, that is a very impressive form up from the Imperium. I assume they knew that the Winterco were coming. It was a complete shock to me, though. Obviously, I'm not in any of these alliances. I don't care who wins or who loses. I just want to see shit die. So I had no idea this was going to happen. I was just streaming while sorting out my alts. And then the Winterco battleship fleet of Maelstroms arrives. And then within minutes or so of them being on grid, the Imperium have a full Raven Navy fleet out and warping down to fight. And then 5 minutes or so after that, they have a Zealot fleet, warping into fight. And then they get another Maelstrom fleet warping into fight. And that's when the Winterco Maelstroms start burning towards the Maelstroms to shoot the Maelstroms. And then more ships arrived and constantly for the Imperium. Literally non-stop trickle of reinforcements. Whereas the Winterco guys were trying to come from outer system. Another Aeon's logged in. This will be the time for the rest of the Imperium to log in their stuff that's trapped. Got my daily done for damage to a capsule here. Nice. Which side are you on, Jonah, if you don't mind me asking? Or Jorah, sorry, if you don't mind me asking. So there's a gate here, Katak Eye, and a station fortress Eye here for the Imperium. Imperium Brave? Nice. Oh wait, Jorah, weren't you one of the ones who fought me? Weren't you one of the FCs, if I'm not mistaken? Another Electron bomb is bugged out, by the way. I'm not. No, okay. Another levy has logged in onto the Fortizar. By the way, bombs shouldn't do this. They should be moving at all times until they explode. Go to here. Now look at what they have here. It's a lot of shit. A lot of dreads as well. Yeah, I think so. I remember you being on comms, not on comms, but joining the stream after we had a fight. I remember that much. The fax is docking. You've got Titans over here, Supers over there, Titan here. Titan should never warp here, by the way. You should always warp up to here with a bookmark. If you're going to be using the Super, at least use the Super properly and get your bookmark sorted out before you undock. Doesn't take long to get a shuttle or scepter to just burn up over to here. Follow KBs, thank you for the follow. It's very easy, by the way, to get bumped off the from here. And as it's a Force Desire, you cannot dock. You can only log off. If you're here, you are able to be bumped off before you log off safely. Obviously, with all of this around you, you're less likely to be bumped off, but it is still a possibility. Another thing that people do is they light a Sino and jump in a fax with the hopes of bowling you away. Do not get that confused with post bowling, which is illegal. But basically, when you jump in with the capitals, there is a chance that you land in a sphere, and that sphere is dictated to you by hovering over the Sino key. And if you put it so that the Sino is inside the thing you're trying to bump, you're more likely to bump it away. Smells like bait. Nah. These are just people logging in, probably going to be preparing to bridge out the battleships, and then probably going to jump out themselves. I know there's bombs here, but there's really no point looking at them. 4 bombs can't do shit. One of these bombs is a fake. At most, 4 bombs are going to kill Tackle. If that. And maybe T3Ds. Do we see remember here? I think they should have done that yesterday. Warp to 4 and kept their super fleet safely until needed. Supers attacking vexes and punishers. I agree. The Titans were not needed. Super carriers, I can understand. But the majority of clearing vexes should have been done by carriers, normal carriers. Tier 1 carriers have the fighters that can go 20 meters a second cold with the MWD on. Also, though, in contrast to that, Winterco should have performed very differently today. These are all ships logging in, by the way. Look at these avatars and shit logging in. The Imperium's logging in their super fleet. They're all trapped. Look at that. That is absolutely beautiful. You can tell they were logged off because they're coming in all directions. Jura, yes please, post it in chat. Eve-related stuff that's not against you, like terms of service, racism and stuff like that is allowed. I think the Imperium won this fight. Thank you, Jura. So now they're going to warp over and start killing bubbles to let their supers get out. 24 bill to 64 bill. Yeah. I'm not surprised. Outnumbered 2-1 with over 3 fleets on grid shooting 1 fleet at one point, you're going to lose. Like, the main thing I want to see is the Maelstroms. Yeah, every fucking Maelstrom died. I am not surprised. Like, majority of the Maelstroms died. I am not surprised at all. More Vexes were killed before, by the way. We'll go back to that in a minute. Let's just look at the Supers and Titans and stuff. So I think they're all over here, right? I love how there's an Erebus here. This is not where you want to be tackled with a super, by the way. because you can be waterboarded indefinitely. Waterboarding means a dictator coming out from the gate, bubbling, and burning to the gate. So when you jump in, crashing gate and bubbling, you're always going to tackle the supers. Always. And it's near impossible to catch you without a subcap fleet. And battleships aren't going to catch a dictator in time. You need frigates and destroyers. Some cruisers might survive, but most of them won't. They won't be fast enough. They should be killing the bubbles. These are anchored bubbles, you can tell by the colour of them. They should be killing the bubbles and placing new ones down. There you go, one's dead. Because that way, this levy and this Erebus is free, and this Avatar is free now. There you go, all of them are down. There's nothing to stop the Titans warping off. We've got more stuff down here. Like, look how spread out they are. Here, they're at the gate. They're here as well with the dreads. All the supers and that are going to be aligning to the same place, and they'll be warping together. They had the fort down already. Yeah. The Keepstar died. $2,500 in a local. And there you go. They're all aligned into their Fortizar. More Titans are logging in. Supers are logging in. Basically, any dictator that launches a bubble getting any of the supers in it is just going to be insta-killed regardless if it's friendly or not. Because it's very easy to put alts inside the hostile alliances. I've done it a few times, not to spy though, but I put an alt in Horde because I wanted to rat in peace, and it worked. But then Horde's kind of special. I did get invited to Vanguard because I'd been there for a while, but I didn't take it. Asteroid. Let's see what this person lost ship-wise. Because he logged in, obviously, because of the way he warped. So we can go to Z-Kill. Oh, he lost a Cyclone. Yesterday. Died to a carrier. Lol. So the supers are warping off here, the hell here, the hell here. Oh, Wyvern here, sorry. You've got Dreads all here still. Yeah, 140 is Goons and 140 is Wintercoat, no? There's a Rag here. Archon here. No, it's Thanatos there. I was guessing just based on the fact it's a carrier. I couldn't see it. Frat did not choose this fight. At all. I do love the propaganda going around. What did this dude lose? Auxiliary. We even explained why they would have done this as well. And we'll go back to the paint in a second. Oh, he just ejected from his ship apparently. Or it was a ghost ship. They did not put drones out in one tick. That's physically impossible, even for someone on input broadcasting. There is no computer in the world that can control 1,000 drones. The tactic they used is extremely valid. Crashing the server, by the way, only serves the anchoring side. It does not serve the defending side. The defending side. If you're anchoring a citadel and the structure the server crashes, your structure anchors. Guaranteed. The reason they were using Vexers is for this. Keep stars here, right? Look at my little cat face. Vexers have a 120 kilometer drone range. This is a supercarrier. This one's 120. This one's 120. One's 100 MN. One is 50 MN, right? So they're both very viable. I would use an AB1 personally because missiles are going to be the biggest problem you're going to face because they're the long range. And 100 MN missiles aren't going to apply. How that happened? Look back at M2 TAC and come back to me on that one, bud. So what happens, right, is that you orbit the Keepstar at 110, launch your drones, and attack the Kit Citadel, and that's it. Go AFK, go home, go to lunch, go dinner, go to work. Come back. If you died, you lost a 50 mil ship. If it survives, the Keepstar dies regardless, right? It's near impossible to defend this amount of Vexers because every single ship that is defending is going to be here. Right? Every single one is going to be here. And I don't know about you, but fighters have to travel a very fucking long way. They have to travel to every single drone, right? Or every single Vexer. You don't kill drones in this case, you kill Vexers. It's an unanchored citadel. An anchoring citadel. It would not work on a fully fit Fortizar or bigger. It would not work. The reason it worked is because when you have every single ship orbiting on their own, not anchored up, the fighters have to go to individual ships to shoot them. Whereas the drones are going to be in a massive ball that are going to be harder to smart bomb off. Not that you'd want to smart bomb them off at this point, because they just drop more, right? So this is a genius tactic, and it's going to change the way anchored citadels die. Nez, what happened to Goons happened to Winterco as well in some cases. It's just that Goons suffered the majority. In M2 TAC, Goons were on the opposite end of this and were actually on the attacking side of the group that DC'd. They didn't pull punches. They killed over 60 fucking Titans. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, as Jay said himself. If Jay's not crying about it, no one else should be either. Leadership know the risks getting into tie-dye fights. They know the risks of jumping into mass tie-dye. Sometimes it works for you. This time it worked against you. Frat did not cheese the server whatsoever. But I can guarantee you now, every time a Citadel's anchoring, there's going to be Vexers to attack it. At some point, WC also instructed to disable emergency warp, which I think makes it so your drones will keep... Yes, that is true, Hollow, yeah. Winterco's only solution was... Well, their only problem for Winterco was how to stop this Keepstar anchoring in the cheapest way effective. Bearing in mind, Goons have the biggest super fleet in the game. The Imperium does. Even with PL and all that lot joining each other, the Imperium super fleet, I believe, is bigger. Not by much, but enough to actually have an advantage. And as I explained yesterday, during the fight, if you have 80 Titans, you can Doomsday and instant kill an enemy Titan. Fraternity had the advantage in Titan numbers just because Goons didn't jump every single super through. Because they couldn't, right? We know that. If they were able to jump every single super through, it would have been a complete different story. We all know that. Fraternity know they got lucky. However, there will probably be a super fight. But I can guarantee you, Fraternity are going to hold off as long as possible because they will lose the super fight. Most likely, without drastic tactics. That's why they resorted to Vexes. Because Vexes are 30 million each. I can afford to put all my alts into Vexes 100 times over each. I've got 23 alts, right? So, yeah, they weren't trying to crash the server. If they were, there would have been easier ways to do that. For example, the easiest way to crash the server in that situation is just put smart bombs onto the Vexes, launch your drones and smart bomb them all. Boom! Server crashes every time with that amount of Vexes. So they were more than capable of doing it, but they didn't do it on purpose. It's very rare that a side will try to actually crash the server, and normally, when a side does crash the server, it's typically the people anchoring the structure, and usually it will just be a small group of people doing it without the knowledge of anyone else. Hey Ram, how you doing, bro? Hey, I had to be the only neutral party in EVE to actually report on this shit, right? Goons had a good victory there. Priest Creek, thank you very much for the follow. We're on the road to 6,000 followers at this point. I believe the majority of the Imperium supers are out now. I know Dracary's got a lot of theirs out earlier, and we just saw maybe like 30 supers and titans extract now. But I really do admire Frat's Vexer comp, because they've now just changed the way everything anchors. If you want to anchor a Citadel now, you're going to have to learn how to deal with the Vexers rapidly. I do believe the fastest way for that is going to be Scepters, personally. Buffy, thank you very much for the follow as well. Much appreciated. And yes, I am a true neutral here. I do not have any empathy or anything for any side. I don't give a shit who wins. I just want to see explosions and pretty ships die. Whereas a lot of the news we have at the moment are fully propagandized. Look at that. That is so beautiful. A super fleet is always sexy, no matter how big or small. I'm one of the bigger builders with WC. We had many more thousands of cheap ships prepped for this, and not only Vexes. Crashing server on purpose never went into the decision. It was just what ship can be produced quickly, enough to make many thousands of, and cheap to replace. And it is actively gonna work. No, Meanius. So the reason you don't want to use Nightmares is because you're going to be warping around a lot. So you want small ships, high DPS. To warp in, kill something, warp to the next one, kill something. You're just going to have to keep doing that the entire fight. You do not want to have a battleship that warps slowly. Yeah, they can shoot out further, but they're still going to be missing. They're still going to have a long way to go. I think Scepters and T3Ds, most likely T3Ds with like glass cannon T3Ds are probably going to be the best bet. Bearing in mind, I'm not like the best strategic thinking out there, but if I come up with that, you know damn well the Imperium will have a way to counter it. You want a fast, nimble fleet to enter and exit warp rapidly due to tie-dye. And if you've got 1,000 Vexes orbiting, you're going to end up with a load of Vexes close together. So you'll be able to burn to the targets as well. Which will save a lot of time. You'll decimate the Vexes eventually, but not in time. I thought the Imperium would counter the Vexer strat because they knew about it up front from spies. They probably hoped the carriers was the way to do. I'm surprised they didn't have a counter ready for it. I obviously am not the most strategic thinking person out there. I do not do nullsec wars, as in FC them or run them. So I never expected the Vexer thing, and I fucking love the fact it's a thing. It would only work in K-Space as well. It won't work in wormholes. There's an X swapping in as well. Another thing to remember, guys, by the way, is that the Imperium have two super fleets. They have the shield and they have the armor. Parts of both ended up in system, not the entire things. So the Winterco leadership might end up getting overconfident with how the first fight went. So basically, I mean, they had Vexes orbiting the Keep Star at like 100 kilometers with drones on it. 750 supers and carriers with fighters out were not there for Vexers. They should be honest about that. They were there to prevent us loading or crash the server. No, the easiest way to defend the Citadel is carriers. It always has been. Granted, carriers are way laggier than drones are, but you can go back to the days of 2016 when the carriers were first changed and supers were used. They were mostly used defensively. Hell, I have a video of me being in a fleet defensively in 240 Archons, defending a Fortizar of ours that failed. Back when I was in Hidden Leaf Ninja Assassin's Esport, whatever the fuck we were. AKA no handlebars. Either side had enough people to guarantee the crashing of the server way earlier if they wanted to. I truly believe that both sides did not want the server to crash. Because it would have crashed way earlier and way more. If you think about it, the moment the goons couldn't control their titans, wouldn't that have been the perfect opportunity to crash the server again? They had the people. They definitely had the people. They even knew how to get people into the system safely. And you don't need to be on grid to crash the server. You just need to be in system, right? So they definitely had the capability. Both sides did. Neither side probably did it on purpose. When you have 5, 6, 7, 8,000 people jumping into system, that's going to happen. Servers do have their limits. I think the biggest fight we've ever had was 10,000 people. There's a thing that makes me wonder, though. How did goons have 6,000 plus in local and less than 3,000 in the BR? Probably different comps waiting to come in. I know that the Imperium said that there were issues with undocking and not loading up grid properly. Wasn't there videos of goons smart bombing their own fighters so they gambled on the server crash that they could log in faster than WC and get the core installed so goons gambled and this time they lost? I don't think so, Priest. There is a multitude of reasons why you'd smart bomb, including removing bubbles to make it so that you can actually jump out the super fleet. It's not uncommon for super fleets to be constantly bubbling, to be constantly smart bombing. In that situation, would I have done it? I don't think so, but I don't know the circumstances. I didn't watch it. I was in bed because I'm a smarticle. But if the Vexes were attacking the supers or dreads near the supers, that is another reason why you do smart bombs. I think both sides suffered with the server issues. It wasn't just one side that suffered. It's just that the Imperium suffered the most because their big ships got killed. 5k, thousands on the Winter on the BR. What are you talking about? I don't know how many people are in the BR. I don't think I saved the BR. Does anyone have the BR from the other day? Talking about Frat alone. You got to remember though, there's going to be bombers, there's going to be logistics, there's going to be capitals and supers and stuff that aren't going to be involved. You're going to have a shit ton of dreads. You don't ever drop all your dreads at once. You drop them in waves in different locations so that the first original dread bomb can't counter your second dreads, right? You don't want the Zenitras to be at 0 on a Revelation fleet. You want the Zenitras to be like 60 off so they can do their full rampant damage, whilst the Revelations can only do like a trickle compared to normal. You don't want them to be in conflag range, whereas you'll be in occult range, which is Zenitras. Do Zenitras get Tech 2 gun? I don't even know anymore. But there's so many tactics involved that you just don't ever drop all your capitals and dreads at 0. Thank you, Hollow. 6,000 to 3,000. Oh, they had Azraels as well. Fair fucking play. And Molochs and Komodos. The Komodos were never going to die. Komodos are the tankiest Titan in the game, by the way. They had more local at all times? Yeah. So I know the Imperium were claiming that they couldn't, like when they undocked, they had to load up grid, and they weren't able to load up grid. So the people who were trying to undock couldn't undock. That's what they're saying. I don't know if it's true or not. Obviously, I wasn't there. I can only go by what was said. So take that with a pinch of salt. This super carrier is no longer tethered. Oh, sorry, no, it's just this carrier. Guys, is it easy Archon to kill here? Yeah. So it makes sense why a lot of people on both sides couldn't actually join the fight. Is that a Rorqual? Yeah, fucking called it. I knew there'd be Rorquals. Here comes the Dreads. With the facts for links as well. Tie-dye is now gone, by the way. I spent 4 hours on Black Screen myself once I was self-destroyed my pod, so I get it. But saying only one side of Black Screen is just cope. Oh, 100%. Both sides suffered, for sure. The Imperium possibly suffered more just due to the fact that their supers died. But that's it. I fully suspect that Fraternity and Wintergo had their Titans that couldn't do stuff as well. I like this guy. This guy's taking the piss out of the Chinese culture. And this guy was like, yeah, just take the piss out of, just insult all the Chinese Imperium pilots. Well done. See you next Tuesday. They were committed from the beginning and got back screens. WC committed Titans when they were already fucking upgraded to 10. I think the Wintergo committed when they realized the Titans of the Goons weren't doing much. So the Titans and that are warping off. Where are they going? They're going to the gate, right? Yeah. They're going to be extracting the Titans now. Again, you don't warp all your Titans at once either because they get stuck. Oh yeah, this was a perfect opportunity for Winterco to level the playing field with Titans. Because even if there was major issues, none of the Supers and Titans would be reimbursed by CCP. None of them. Look how tiny the battleships are compared to the Supers and Titans, though. It's amazing. I'm just glad that the game's back to actually having big fights again. Just sorting some stuff out. I was really looking at the gorgeous Supers and stuff. Although, if you'd like me to cover more of these events, let me know when timers are. I do not need to know your form up comps. I just need to know when you're forming up and where you're going. Send it to me on Discord in private by DMing me, and your information will never be shared with anyone. I just need to know the location and time. That's it. Yeah, half of the Titans from WC didn't shoot. I fully suspect both sides had issues. It's just luck of the draw. The Imperium weren't able to use the majority of their Titans, the other side was. Urs is covering it as well, but you have a better view. I mean, Urs has the cameras, but I have the knowledge. No offense to Urs. But even he's been trying to get me to cover this war. I think the majority of us are going to have the characters logged off here. There's only an avatar now. And it's probably going to be the bridge avatar. Hey, Pixel, hey, man. I also don't know how neutral Erst is. I pride myself on being true neutral. I don't care who wins or loses. Generally do not care. Carriers are coming out now. Carriers and dreads. Harpy fleet there. Don't know what the Harpies are for. I think I stumbled upon it. He's in a manship. Yeah, I had this character logged off here. So I logged it on whilst I was sorting out some admin work that I haven't been able to do yet. I need to sell a bunch of shit. And I was watching them just pop basically Winterco ships that logged in randomly. I think the biggest thing that came in was a Ferox Navy. I'm glad to see you reporting as well. Thank you. You're welcome, man. I like reporting. It's just difficult to get the information. I should be grinding this, to be fair. $1,800 in local. By the way, there's 2,600 in local when tie-dye disappeared. In it. Okay, it's an in it pod. As far as I know, in it have not yet sided with goons. They probably will, but they haven't yet. Good day so far, but it did just start. Yeah, I think this is going to be the biggest fight they have today. There'll probably be fleets out there setting timers for later and tomorrow and stuff, but I think this is the biggest fight you're going to have. Just gave us a shout out as well. Thank you, sir. So I think the majority of the capitals are out as well. Still creating timers and attacker with the Imperial in front as I'm saying, no way they're doing already the whole enemy of my enemies, my friend stuff. Oh yeah, 500 ship death battle in Atioth as well. That's what we were watching, Rock. This is the Atioth system. Yeah, we were here from the very start. This is the KI gate. And the stage in Fort Azar's up there. There was a 3,000 player fight just now. That was a fail from that FC. He forgot to go back to pinpoint formation. These guys did too, by the looks of it. Those bombs are still fucking flying. Yes, they do. So, we saw a heavy presence of a squad of fraternity bombs, constantly bombing the the Raven navies of the Imperium. Bombs and battleships in general are very, very susceptible to bombing. So shield comps are basically bomb magnets because you can use a void bomb, which I have over here. Sorry, I don't. You did have it. So void bomb. I not press enter. No, I didn't. Anyway. And it sucks out 1,800 gigajoules in one go in a 15-kilometer area. Any ship in that area, it will be sucked. And when you have your fleets in a pinpoint formation anchored up, a lot of your fleet, if not the majority of it, will be hit by a void bomb. One void bomb is enough to get my rolling praxis into empty cap. Realistically, they should use 2 void bombs and then EM bombs on Raven navies and any other shield comp. Because a Raven navy without its shield hardness is just a dead Raven, right? You obliterate them. So you warp at range like this or in a formation because then only a small portion of your fleet can be bombed instead of all of it, right? It'll just be a small portion instead. Enable all friends, even when blowing each other up to stardust. I wouldn't say that. I wish it were true. But a lot of people take this shit personally, which is stupid. It's a game. It's a game where your ships are designed to be killed and destroyed. And rebuilt over and over again. It's how the economy works. But some people are children and take it too seriously, unfortunately. And there's been many examples of that in the world. When you forget to go exactly, that's what we make you believe till we get revenge. I have a revenge story. When I was fairly new to the game, I ended up as CEO of a wormhole group, a C1 wormhole group, as you can tell as a noob. And the main leadership decided they wanted to go to Null for a bit, and they gave me the leadership reins. I was like, yeah, okay, I'll give it back if you want to come back and live with us again. They're like, okay, cool, see you later. And they went to Syndicate. When they decided to return, they were going to force us all to move to... yes, Mohammed, this is Atioth, yeah. But yeah, when the leadership returned, they wanted to force us all to Syndicate, thus asking for CEO. I voted with the guys. They all said no, they don't want to go to Syndicate, so I kept the CEO role. They then offlined our POS because one of the guys I didn't realise was one of them still and was in the corp. And they destroyed everything we had. 6 years or 7 years later, I was able to kill the guy who did it. After he was like, oh my god, Monkey, you're here. It's amazing to see you. I've been wanting to speak to you for so long. It's like, yeah, fuck off. Bear in mind, at that point, I was quite well known in the PvP scene. So, yeah, it was really funny. I was like, guys, hold him. They're like, what? It's like, just hold him, please. I think his name was like Blake Weichman or something. And we held him, and then I shot him, and we killed him. The biggest revenge, though, wasn't done by me. It was a trap by Wormhole. He was using the Ishtar, of course. Just use the rat and Ishtars and you're fine as well. Nice, he lost to Barbaroga. 2.5 bill for the gun alone. Where is it? This is not it. But he lost to Raiju, thankfully. He's killed me with that so many times. Where is it? I have a drone from the loss as well. Cyber. Oh, it wasn't, oh, what's his name? Frederick von Hall. It was done by Tuskers. I have one of the drones. That is my love, and I'll keep it forever. I've died to this as well, by the way. Another one. He's got another one. What do you think about War of Nature? Do you think goons have full power or not? Goons definitely have a bigger super fleet than they exposed yesterday. Like, I've seen it before where they had over 1,200 Titans alone. There's well over 2,000 Titans in the game. That was going from World War B2. And Goons had over 1,000 of them. Imperium had over 1,000. That does include in it, though. So I do believe the Imperium have the super capital fleet advantage and the knowledge. PL and NC Dot will have the knowledge, but I don't think they have the numbers anymore. PL have been kind of quiet for way too long. Their members would have quit. It was a retirement home for years. But I do believe this is just the start of a long war. I don't believe Goons can keep suffering 8 trillion losses, though. I don't think any alliance can suffer that much and still be okay. They will have to be limiting where they use their super fleet for a while. But they also have the option of using the Imperium members to fund stuff as well with war bonds. Because the Imperium members are very fanatical. They're very devoted to the Imperium Alliance. Just like there'll be some the same with Winterco. But I know that the Imperium, when they were asked on for help, the bonds bought instantly. The bonds were used to then fund more ships, etc., SRP, etc. To the point that people were demanding that they release more bonds so that they could help the Alliance more. Which side of the barricade are you on, out of curiosity? I'm not. I'm a neutral entity. I have the Imperium set red just because they are the attacking side in this war. But I have no feet in this. I don't care who wins or who dies. I just want to watch a good fight and report it as accurately and as neutrally as I can without any bias. There aren't many content creators out there who are being completely neutral. I prize myself on being one of the true neutral characters. There is no timer. We just watched a 3,000 man fight. Chances are they're going to be waiting for a while. No one expects the Winterco to attack again, but we do know the Winterco has some stuff trapped here. Whether it's a significant amount or not, I personally don't know. And I can't really trust what other people say because propaganda's a bitch. But we do know that there are some stuff trapped here, and the Imperium, sorry, the Winter Code did try to release it and failed miserably. Basically, what happened was the Winter Code warped a fleet into here, and instantly a Raven Navy fleet from the Imperium landed to fight. Then a Union fleet from the Imperium landed, and then a Maelstrom fleet of the Imperium landed as well. Meanwhile, the fleet that was here from Winterco was a single Maelstrom fleet. 100% rock. Attack again is what I would do. But the problem is they have to worry about their members' morale. That fight only was 2 hours long, even in tie-dye. It was a complete whitewash. It did not go well for the Winterco at all. And what happened was that they had a fleet coming through here and was waterboarded, and they had a fleet up here coming through a Sino, also waterboarded. So while they were trying desperately to get to the fleet that was trapped here, they just never were able to meet up. By the time they were able to meet up, the every man for themselves call was basically done, and people started warping out when they could. Personally, I don't think Goons will push into Vale based on previous experiences. Pushing into someone's home turf requires a lot of stamina. I'm actually in a bit of awe in regards to how long the last super fight went, and Loki and this wasn't in it. A lot of super fights go a very long time. Some of them have included or continued on after downtime. So I'm just copying this guy's name to my local or to my chat. Control A, Control C, deleting it. Go into Z kill. That's the wrong one. Okay. Opening up Z kill. One second. One sec. Alright, so Control V. I just want to see what they lost, basically. A Ferox. They were just in a Ferox and it died. I was in World War B2 on the Pappy side, and grind destruction is a pain in the ass. One thing I don't know is how much of its effect the new soft stuff has on the old and very fun tie-dye grind set. What are you doing to print this? PI, Rattle, or Miner? I do all of that but PI. I run 23 accounts normally. I live in a C4 wormhole with a C5 and C3 static, and I farm wormhole sites in the form of gas. I do not mine often. Only the niece is worth getting, and combat sites. I love the combat sites. They're my best. Not the best disc, but my favorite. I suppose we could start selling shit now. Okay, they did sell. Cool. 779. That's not how you do that. That's also not how you do that. There you go. Always make sure you hover over the thing to see that you're not fucking yourself over like that. 36,890. 36,880. So as you can see, this is a lot of gas. I sell gas. 19,450. For stuff that's remote injectable, like injectors and extractors, I'll go by the lowest price. For stuff that you have to physically buy, I'll go by cheaper price. A 3-day run of fight? Really? What was that from? Okay, I can't right click them apparently. Or them. Or them. For fuck's sake. But yeah, the structure grinding is a true ball ache. It's not easy at all. What have they found? Looking at my alliance stuff as well. I run an alliance called Embers of the Void. Going to put down another keep star or not for now? As far as I can see, not at the moment. I think they were just focused on freeing their capitals and supers, which they succeeded in doing. They had capitals here and capitals around here, and supers obviously that were stuck, and a load of dreads in here that were all able to warp out earlier after the big 3,000 man fight. So yeah, this is the fight from today. Those Vexes really did work. Yeah, the Vexes were a really good strat, a really well played strat from Winterco. So today, 774 on the Winterco side, 1,579 on the Imperium side. The Imperium lost 25 bill, and the Winterco lost 64.3. They lost 560 ships. These lost 251. I think the majority of these ships are going to be Dictors and stuff. They have a Fortizar already. I think they'll probably drop more 40s for sure, though. And split up their super fleet. Or their carriers, at least. So, the Ravens are going to be super long range, right? Yeah, just standard long range ones. But the Maelstroms are where they ate shit. I want to have a look at the Maelstroms, because I don't really know much about the Maelstrom in this case. So we're putting in info, shields, skirm links, just to give it the best chance for how strong it is. 12,000 volley, about 70 kilometers, including fall off. 1,279 meters a second. I mean, they are pretty tanky. 225k EHP. But could you do a stream where you do deep flow rifts and fight the NPCs that come out? Deep flow rifts? Are you on about the fishing ones? The tractor beam ones? When did you start to play Eve Online? How do you know that? Do you know from YouTube or other? I've been playing Eve since 2012. I'm a quite experienced character. 2012 0709 was my first ever character's birth. Actually, it's like my third character, but yeah. And I've learned how to make this just through the years. Just experience you gain along the way. These bombs are still traveling, boys. Still traveling. 2006 here. Old guards. You're way older than I am. I heard about Eve through a book. The Imperium Age by Tony Gonzalez. NPSI, how you doing, man? 072. I assume Earth raided someone else, right? So we'll find a raid target soon as well. I'm very tired and hungry. Yeah, I saw the shout out, yeah. I always said that whenever Earth does a shout out, he's raiding someone else, which is more than fair. We raided Pando yesterday as well because Pando's the most experienced FC that I know on stream. He is not bias free. His alliance was allied with the Imperium for a long time. So these are probably bringing in more reinforced stuff like ammo, weaponry, etc., etc. More ships as well. They used a lot of them today. We did see 4 Sinos go up, 3 normals, 1 covert. You found 2 more Titan Killers? Do you want to share? No, can't right click them, can't right click them, can't right click them, can't right click them, can right click them, can't. My right click's fine. Left click's fine. The fuck's going on, game? Alright, this is not the majority of my ISK. Got 9 bill on all sell orders now. I'm going to assume it's a ghost. It's not. This is the proper fit levy. There's a levy with with tracking enhancers on it as well. I don't think the I don't think I got Atioth 1. Anyone got the battle report for Atioth 1? Scrolling up to try and find it. I think it's here. Or is that this one? No, I got it. Never mind. It was sent to me earlier, so I just went up and got it. "33 Titans dead." And yeah, no Winterco Titans died. So I'm going to point out, if the servers had worked perfectly, Goons would have had the Titan advantage. I wholeheartedly believe that. Look at the supercarriers. They only have 3. They have 166. It's important to note, by the way, in a Titan fight, you don't want supercarriers. In a Titan fight, it comes down to doomsdays. Now, if we do calculator, now, I'm basing this on rough numbers of around 75 to 80 Titans to kill a Titan. Winterco have enough for 3 doomsdays. Right? That is 3 doomsdays per 15 minutes. It's a 15-minute timer for doomsdays, by the way. Now, the Imperium, with what they had on grid, had 2.4. So only 2 DDs. Now, I know the Imperium are quite capable of doomsdaying separate targets at the same time, or multiple targets at the same time. I'm going to assume Winterco can too, because PL are in there, and PL can do that. I would not be surprised if Fraternity have also got this ability, because it's not difficult, right? You sort them into wings, and then you're like, wing 1, DD this target, wing 2, DD this target, or Erebus's, DD this target, Nyx's, not Nyx's, but like Levy's, DD this target, right? It's very easy to split your fleet up like that, and that is how you split your DPS. Titan DDs are the only time you want to split your DPS, because there's no point doing more DDs than will kill the target, because now those Titans are still on a 15-minute timer. The timer starts when you activate your Doomsday. Doomsday takes a while to spool up, so it's fired already. You can't get it back until the timer's done, and you can guarantee kill 2 Titans with that, or 3 Titans in this case. And the Imperium would get 2 Titans at least. It might be 70 to 75. I don't remember. I just remember 75-ish. So I'm going to stick with 80 for now to be safe. Another thing to remember is Titans, when they Doomsday, have an area of effect capacitor neutralizer. So when you fire your Doomsday, you're sucking the cap away from every ship within range. Every ship. Subcaps as well, I do believe. I don't remember what the Galahalla. I can't remember. Yeah, Galahalla. Here you go. Galahorn, whatever it's called. Activation cost 31,000. Where does it say it sucks them up though? Activation time 5 minutes. Immobility 30 seconds. Damage delay 7.5 seconds until you do the damage. Is there no longer a thing where it does that? Am I wrong, guys? Does it no longer suck the cap from ships nearby? I'm fairly sure it's Doomsdays. The Lancers have it? Is it only BFGs then? Was it only the non-targeted ones? The AoE ones? That might make more sense, to be fair. I don't remember what it's called. Bosonic field generator. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's only the AoEs. That's what I was getting confused on. The targeted one, the focus doomsdays do not have it. Only the AoE doomsdays do. So that doesn't actually matter anymore. I assume that's to stop people just constantly BFG and everything. I do not miss the days of the BFG, but I wish the BFG still worked. Basically, when you were roaming Null, it would get to the point where you'd be constantly doomsdayed. Every fucking gate would be 2 or 3 titans just doomsdaying you. And it got boring. I've never died to a BFG, by the way. The only time I died to a doomsday was from my friend killing my chimera. So my friend said to me, look, I'll sell you a NID if you want. And I was like, yeah, but I don't have the money. He's like, well, why don't you just insurance fraud your chimera? Because basically, he was charging me 1.5 bill for it. The fit was like 5 bill. So I was like, yeah, okay. He knew I wanted to get rid of the chimera, and I wanted a better shield one. So yeah, he doomsdayed it. I got the chimera. I got the NID, and it lived for quite some time. I sold it in the end, I think. I'm not. I weren't referring to the burst weapons. No, I fired them before. I know what they're like. I suck at aiming with them, by the way. Really badly. Now, how much ISK do I have on this character? 1.5. Not enough yet for another lot of Plex. I've not received my partner stuff yet. I think that might be next month then. That dude's just trolling them. I can move this back down now that they're not spamming racist shit. Hey, I've got more money. Can buy more Plex. The Svipple was trying desperately to get him. Oh, this is funny watching Nullsec learn how to tackle. Guys, if you bubble him, he can't escape. He will always escape you before you lock him. Pods are insta-warp, by the way. Now a freaking cruiser's trying to catch him, for fuck's sake. The key is, you're not going to do it. If a fucking Svipple can't do it, you can't do it. Guaranteed. The only way you guys are catching him is if he fucks up. I think he's bouncing between safes now. Or at least bookmarks that he's made. Is he giving up now? That's only like 8 kilometers away from him. He might be giving up. And Eris, they're getting smarter. Hey, Merge. Can you not stand on the bag? You got your drugs to take, darling. Come on. Enjoy them playing whack-a-mole. Whilst I get my mojo meds. But yeah. One. And my finger all wet. Two. Good girl. There you go. Creepy. Any tips to keep an old cat occupied? Does she or he play? Mojo's very active. I don't think you choose low disc. For those who don't know, this is Mojo. She's 18 years old. Hence the question in chat. Not anymore. He just lies around and sleeps all day. Try and find a method to get him to play. That's the main thing. The last thing you want is them doing nothing all day and every day. But then that also is what cats like to do. What's my text? So yeah, the meds I gave her were gabapentin and fluoxetine. The fluoxetine keeps her alive, and the gabapentin is just due to aches and pains due to being a geriatric. She'll be on them till the day she dies, and at the age of 18, they're not expecting long-term issues to be a thing. And I hand-reared this little shit. She's also rather blind. So, yeah. She's not very deaf, though. She can hear fine. She just can't see very well. GABA can be fun. I found out by mistake. I was on gabapentin for a while as well. Somewhere between 17 and 19. I would recommend a catnip mouse. Yeah. Mojo absolutely fucking loves them. They're like £15 for a pack of 3. But Mojo loves them. Even my mum's cat loves them. And he doesn't like to play much. Mojo is dropping the dreamies all over me. They're about £15 each for 3. It's so good. I need to get some more for when she goes to the vets next week. Or is it next week? Yeah, I think so. I can't remember. Next week or the week after. We had to get a bit more money because we have to do some more stuff to her this time. We have to get her shaved as well. For her belly, yeah. Can't really see it, but there's a mat there that's pretty bad. But my cat flame mouse, he freaked out. Absolutely hated it. Yeah, Mojo doesn't like normal cat mice. She prefers catnip. Catnip, I find she goes fucking mental for. Stream cat, love Mojo. Yeah, Mojo's awesome. Everyone loves Mojo. This is why people watch me. Are you finished? You have. Well done. You dropped a bunch on the floor there if you want to go eat them, Moj. Please don't decloak me. Please do not decloak me. So she's a long-furred part Maine Coon. I've had her since birth, hand-reared. At the age of 15, she was born in my room. I didn't think she'd survive. Now they did the vets. They wouldn't look after her because they had too many cats to look after already that were newborn. So they gave me some milk stuff to feed her and said good luck and to call them if I need any help. but they couldn't actually take her in. So yeah, she ended up getting neutered by the RSPCA, and I was allowed to keep her after it turns out she was going to survive. She has a hypothyroid disease now, hypothyroidism, I believe it's called. And if she doesn't have that orange pill, she will die quite rapidly. She will lose all her weight, and then her body will start eating itself. That's horrifying, but it's just how it is. Aside from that, she's perfectly fine. She has a bladder disease that causes inflammation in the bladder, but she's on a pill for that, which is very, very cheap. Actually, I get it off Amazon for like £6 for a month's worth, compared to the 300 or so or 200 I have to spend on Mojo's other medication. They're still trying for this dude. That looks pretty fucking perfect. It's only 50 off. The other bomb has gone off grid, by the way. This bomb's too far to go to. I think they might just keep going till downtime. I know what I'm supposed to do. Supposed to take one of these. And the mom hits some poor miner in the next system over. I made that joke already, JK. Yeah. There's two of them as well. A total of 3 went like that, alright. I've never seen it happen before. There they are. But allergy pills, that's what I need. If this Saber has bubbled already, he'd have caught him. I'm fairly sure this dude's just giggling his ass off, because I would be in his situation too. Trying to catch a capsule with anything short of a dicta or a hick is stupid. They're finally bringing another flycatcher in. They had an Eris, but I think, yeah, there he is. They've got 2 dictors, boys. 3 dictors. They're learning. Goons are gonna learn to tackle. All they need to do is just bubble the grid. Bubble, and he'll land in the bubble at some point. He'll make a mistake. Oh wait, never mind. They found a Vexor. You don't need that many bubbles, boys. Just get ahead of him, bubble again, and you're fine. Addictor's gonna bubble again for sure, though. Oh, he killed the pod. Oh, he did. I think the visual got painted though. They didn't bubble again, so respect for the restraint to some extent. The pod's over here still. Could have easily made it out of the system, by the way. He's just having fun. Purifier. He can't come down this direction now. So he has to come down to here. Or here. And just circle around like that. That would be fucking hilarious to see. I think he's going to, actually. If he bubbles now, he's done it. Wow, this saber sucks. Literally 7 kilometers off him, according to this rough calculation. Well within bubble range. There's a Thrasher fleet up there as well, belonging to Winterco. He's not going to survive. I think Mojo's come back into the living room now. She's had her treats. She's not happy for sure. I like to think I'd have caught this capsule by now. To be fair though, I could just put 7 on my alts into Dictors and just like wait. But Loki's not going to catch him unless it's an insta-lock. If he bubbles, we know these are enemies. Nope, they're friendlies. That purifier is a bit silly. Lol. They need a heretic with combats. That Crusader looks like he's got combats. This is genuinely painful now. Darren docking a Hugin for him. Fairly sure that Hugin's going to come here for him. He literally warped on top of a saber. Bubble. 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 That is well within range. That'll be the very edge of range. Barely, but in. He's literally warping to sabers now. How many supers and titans actually died in this Atioth system in the last couple of days? 35 titans have died so far. Let me double check. 33 titans, sorry. All of them the Imperium side. $33 confirmed anyway. There's still 900 in local. There's a Ferox. He's going to get obliterated. Only a couple of hundred made it in system from either side. in reality, both sides had issues getting in. The servers failed, basically, catastrophically, multiple times. I would consider not being able to get members to load up grid catastrophic failure. The server crashed, and then no one could actually get in. Honestly, the way I see it, the defenders are always winning as long as they aren't losing any solve or structures. So yes, they're winning both the strategic side and the ISK side right now. The Imperium do have overwhelming numbers, or at least have the advantage in super capitals, I do believe, and Titans. However, if Winterco can force them to lose 8 or 9 trillion more a couple more times, they probably win the war. I don't know any alliance that can suffer that amount of loss. I heard they'd lost most of Sovereign Germany. I mean their true home system. How am I going to rename it to that? You don't know Goons? I do know Goons, actually. I've been in the game long enough. I've watched both World Wars. I know that they'll lose all their ISK reserves, and then they'll get their members to help. And then they'll be in trouble after that. I know how fanatical some of the members can be. And I know last time, people were given trillions of ISK to the Alliance as well, to fund the war, to keep them in World War B2. So I do know that there is a lot of people who support and love Goons, the Alliance they're in. But 8 trillion losses are almost unsustainable. They do have the largest super and Titan fleet in game, they do, yeah. But it's not always about that. If you can't get your supers and titans into system because of the mechanics breaking, doesn't matter how big your fleet is, right? If you can't load up the grid with them, they can't do anything. Meaning that you're going to have your supers and titans in system hours or if not a day before the timer, ready to go, which is just going to cause more fatigue and mental stress on the pilots themselves. People seem to think it's only the ISK that matters. It's not. It's the pilot's fortitude as well. Out of both groups, if Winterco were attacking, I think Winterco would fold before Goons do attacking, right? The Imperium have some very dedicated members, and I do think they borderline fanatical. Exactly, Warlock, yeah. In the past, I thought they said they didn't have the resources previously, but do now. Not an independent source, obviously. I don't really trust that sort of thing. They're never going to tell their members everything. They'll tell the members what they want the enemy to know. They are a borderline cult. You cannot change my mind on that. The last 7 months on the mayor, they haven't had enough to make 300 titans a month. If Goons want Atioth, they will take Atioth. But don't have the stomach for a protected war. We don't know that, Tom. No one knows how Frat will handle a war because the last war I remember them actually being part of was back when Drone Region Federation was a thing and they lost. They failed to break into drone regions. But this is a defensive war. Alliances operate defensive wars completely different to aggressive wars. Their members are more likely going to defend if they're defending their home. Whereas if you're attacking someone, you're less likely to be motivated to do so after a while. There's only so many tie-dye fights you can deal with. So far, Goons won the fight today. Winterco the overall war, I would say. If we count the war as starting from the first Atioth fight. They're still trying. You also got to remember, Tom, about Horde, but as an ex-Horde, I can say that the crab mentality is what will break Frat, just like it broke Horde. Oh, 100%. A lot of the Frat supers are actually built just for crabbing. We all know that. Just like the original Goon super fleet was as well. Back when Raw Calls Online was a thing, the majority of supers and titans were crab titans and supers, and they were always brought into the fight, and they always died rapidly compared to a proper fit super or titan. The main thing that's going to hurt is when you're being attacked, you do not have a safe place to make your ISK for Plex. When you're attacking, you can always run ults at home or pod yourself home to make the ISK you need to keep your characters Plexed. You can't do that if you're defending. That's going to be like the main draw for Fraternity to finish this quickly. But you have to remember one thing. The MER doesn't go to the Alliance. It goes to individual members. Only a portion of that goes to the Alliance. So while the members could build 300 Titans, none of them are doing that. They might be building 10 or 20, but they're not going to be building all of their MER into Titans. That would be stupid. Especially when Titans don't win wars. Not at the moment. They haven't done for a while. Titans are only good when the enemy have Titans on grid, or supers. Titans are the counter to supers, basically, and supers are the counter to basically anything else. Horde broke due to leaders stealing and not developing a good leadership core capable of operating on their own. I mean, Horde failed because Gobbins was the only one who could run it. No one else could do it. So when he left, they all left. Pikea, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry for killing your name, but thank you for the follow. I hope you're enjoying the show. Decent hardeners are not super expensive compared to what a super Titan costs. Oh, 100% in a drive. Do you want to see what my super was fit with when I had one? I remember when we moved down to Evict XX in the south, I moved 3 supers and Titans, and I was in the first fleets, and we had 3 Titans and super fleets. We goons gated supers and Titans across the regional. Horde rage ping supers in prime time and couldn't get more than 100 in fleet. All the supers and Titans then moved to a PK. Oh yeah, 100%. That's what a lot of people don't realise with the Imperium. They were the first to defend their Rorquals. They were the first to support their Rorqual pilots, and the first to put up a shit ton of industrial places where people could build. They knew that at that point, supers and Titans would be make or break the war. And that is why a lot of the time, PanFam, when they were attacking World War B2 into 1DQ, never brought their supers in, because they knew they'd lose. And I'll point out, I remember seeing a spreadsheet. It was like 1,200 Titans to 1,100 Titans. That was the entirety of the game against Goons, and Goons still had just under 100 less than the others. And the Imperium even admitted their problem wasn't getting the supers, it was getting the pilots. They just didn't have enough people who could fly them. Pancrab Disco. So basically ratting fit. We put Titans and supers on grid in the CNTZ and Pure Blind when in fact had things theirs was in jump range. I remember that as well, yeah. Goons aren't just bringing ISK and supers, they're bringing pilots across every time zone, all of their willpower. Goons supers can break, Goons morale will not. I agree. The Imperium have always been notoriously hard to break the will of. Other groups will fold way before the Imperium do. However, a defensive war is different mentality-wise, because a defensive war, you're defending something you care about for the majority of people. In 1DQ, Goons never fell because they cared. I don't think you'll get that in the majority of the alliances out there now. They're easy, just post a cat video before you attack. That is actually true. That probably would work against Goons. I'd be very surprised if cat videos didn't work on Goons. It'd work on me, I'll be honest. If you actually managed to get me to click the link, which I rarely do. Oh, too slow. And too far. But hey, you've got a bubble down now, so he can't go to that one. Is that a surgical probe? No, it's just that zoomed out. Okay. 1DQ was the result of Matanya and his motivational speeches. It's what people don't get about Goons. It's almost got like the culture there. I literally said that, yeah. They're fanatical, and they are one of, if not the only group that have consistently not cared about the BR to secure the objective. Since Jay's taken over, I agree, Tom. Before Jay, absolutely not true. Jay is willing to take the risky strategies, which I fully respect. Being on the attack means you have to attack. The moment you lose that forward motion, your entire campaign falls apart. All the defender has to do is wait. But the defender can't afford to wait a lot of the time for Atioth because the defender needs to make ISK as well to keep their accounts subbed. As I say, no, the attacker can just go back to their very safe home region to make the ISK they need and then pod themselves or jump clone back into the war zone. The defenders can't do that. That's why when I lose my hull, I'm going to cry. You know, the Vex are there. They'll have people on it in seconds. They can. The same mechanics apply equally. Not really. If your home region's under attack, you have no other subs you can go to crap. Worst case scenario, we're thinking about when the home region's under attack, not just the outside stuff. Obviously, you could go to high sec and do abyssals, but most of the null sec groups are war decked as well. Goons really do suck at tackling, I have to be honest. But that's not new. Everyone knew that. Look at Inet, which I'm part of. Frat declared an invasion of us and as defenders, it was fine because they couldn't get into... Yeah. If they got into Fountain, you'd have been fucked. 100%. Imperium would have... or the... Inet would have had trouble. But I don't think the Frat did a proper war there. I think they wanted to, but they just couldn't get the numbers outside of Chinese time zone. Like, I remember when World War B2 was going on, it took a very long time for the first keep start to get down into Delve. But as soon as that happened, the rest of Delve fell rapidly. Because it was just so much harder to defend. And that's always been the way. Even in real life wars, get a beachhead, you have an advantage over the defender then. Because you now also have a defendable space that they have to evict you from, which you can reinforce as much as you can. That's what this system here in Atioth is. It's a system where goons can form up safely, bring their like expensive toys, not just that, but also their comps and stuff, and have supplies ready to go. So that they can form up quicker. And they're going to be building more and more, like, staging areas, the more, like, the further they get on, basically. What's the final objective? To take the space or wipe them out completely? I don't think anyone knows, though, Desk. They just declared war. I haven't watched the video because it's just always... Some of it's obnoxious, the way they do it. Some of it's not. I know we went full resistant mode and smashed the resisted back lines and slowed them down a lot. We had nights where we refed every single Frat and Z and shut down all of their space. Oh, I know. I was following the Init War, and I was following the World War B2 as well, because that was fun as fuck. For someone like me who wasn't actually involved. The problem I had during World War B2, though, is that I was a solo small gang PvP streamer every day, relying on that for my income. I couldn't do it. Everyone was busy. It was never a good fight. It was always either really, really big fleets coming for me, or no one was out. We played a huge part in that, though. Read that one. Yeah, I think the final thing is to just remove infrastructure. I think it's very difficult to actually remove alliances from the game. Most of the alliances collapses happen internally, not externally. I mean, we always used to say that Horde were too big to fall or like collapse, but we know now that it's quite a possibility that alliances can just implode. World War B was stopped because of broken stack defense mechanics, mostly the web bubbles from dictators combined with 500 anchor bubbles combined with Skynet fighters combined with hacks with scramblers to stop them to NP stuff they have. Oh yeah, Inner Drive, I agree. But also they had the will to keep going. Whereas I know Villy did not have the will. Was it Villy? I think it was Villy who was FCing it, right? Who was overall leader of it all. Or was it PGL? No, it was PGL, right? They did have to sit in system on one gate, but they couldn't make much ISK doing that. And most of their members will rely on ISK to plex. But when you jump with 2,000 people into a system into 500 bubbles and just die, it's very, demotivating. I've watched a couple of them. In fact, there was a stream where I jumped into 1DQ expecting to be killed instantly, and they fucking let me go because I was a streamer. They're like, yeah, go through. And I was like, what? They're like, yeah, you can have a look, go through. They let me through the bubbles. I ended up dying on their keep star on purpose because I wanted to die. That's the whole point of going there. But it was crazy the setup I saw. My computer was lagging to shit as well, and I have a pretty beefy computer. Much better now than then, but my computer was pretty okay at that point. It was pretty average. I was just giving up because you could not get past the Skynet. So, yeah. And then the leadership decided to fuck the rest of them over by leaving their Titans and Supers first. I remember seeing the defenses thinking that no one's going to break that. It also had a grandfathered in Fortizar on the iHub, remember? And it was in range of guns, so it was near impossible to get the iHub without getting the Fortizar first. I can't have a look at that. It's on Nimgo. Put it on Discord. So suck it, prick. Mojo source, lol. Oh, you got smart bombed to death last time you were in there. Yeah, I remember that. I wasn't there, but you guys got fucked. I don't think I was there anyway. No, I wasn't. Five-person cruiser gang? Lol, yeah, that's about right. Redeemers online, man. I hated them. I'm glad they're not a thing now. I'm going to go copy this link into my notes pad. And copy the one that just happened into my notes as well. And we're going to go find someone to raid because my throat is starting to hurt and I'm hungry. I have found my victim. If they did anything to Silent Jammers, can you still have 3 of them in the system? I don't think you can anymore. I think they changed that. Because yeah, you used to be able to have 2 anchored and 1 online, right? Which is crazy. Right, let's get this raid started. Gonna go raid over to Devils, a good friend of ours. Guys, if you liked the war content and you want to see more of this, give me information on my Discord. Too late. You can raid them on. In Discord, DM me the time of the location that they're going to and the location. So the form up time, the location you're going to. And that will enable me to get my character there to stream it with a neutral view. I'll never mention whoever gives me intel. I'll keep it 100% secret. All I need is the timer and the location. I don't need to know what you guys are doing. I don't need to know what the enemy are doing for your team. I just need to know where it is and when it is. Monkey's Wormhole 0200. I'm sleeping at that point. You can have it. In the drive, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you have all enjoyed the stream. I will catch you. What's tomorrow? Thursday. I should be alive tomorrow. Yeah, I should be around tomorrow. Alive, lol. I should be live tomorrow. Thank you all for watching, guys. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow.